My name is Mandu, got my name on the door. Black Peterbilt 389, growling down the floor. Detroit 60 series, chrome burning clean. Rolling heavy loads like a money machine. Stacking up miles, stacking up cash. Thumb on the wheel, watch the whole world flash. I don't slow down, I don't lose sleep. Big money coming in and coming deep. Man, rolling, man, don't go me. Black truck, going, man, big rolling. Big money, trucking, none of what he trucking. Don't know what to do and it keep on coming. Fuel in the tank and pride in my chest. Every stop I make, God did it best. Chrome on the mirror, chrome on the smile. Paid for the whole run, 1 hard mile at a time. Stacking up miles, stacking up cash. Thumb on the wheel, watch the whole world flash. I don't slow down, I don't lose sleep. Big money coming in and coming deep. Man, dude, rolling, man, bro, rolling. Black truck, blowing, man, keep going. Big money, trucking, big money trucking. Don't know what to do when it keep on coming. Man, dude. Pull up at dawn with the weight all gone. Hit it engine talk while the day's still young. If the road gets long, I just lean right in. Black Peterbilt shining, I'm back again. Man, rolling, man, rolling. Black truck, going, man, keep rolling. Big money, trucking, big money trucking. Don't know what to do when it keep on coming. Man, rolling, man, rolling. Black truck, going, man, keep rolling. Big money, trucking, big money trucking. Don't know what to do when it keep on coming.
Yo, yo, yo. It's snowing. Probably gonna fail this slow, but we'll see how we do. Yeah, we're sitting low. Probably too low.
Corona-19 virus is a strain off the MRSA virus they made over in China. And China, for 4 months before they ever released it over here after we started getting sick. Idea before this. Oh, good,
Yep, that's how it should be. But, you know, I went into the restroom here at the Buzz here. We're worried about all this. Oh, don't touch food, don't get your coffee. We have somebody going for it, but then you go in the restroom, and the restroom is just this place. A tornado hit it. It's just filthy, nasty. It's like, why aren't you guys in there cleaning that and wiping that down, or wiping the counter, cleaning things down? They ain't doing that.
Well, they ought to be.
After 100 yards, turn left. Turn left. Go straight. After 100 yards, turn right. Turn right. Go straight. Go straight. Go straight.
Oh, yeah, it just slid through that one. Whoop.
straight. Go straight.
Didn't say I had to go to the way station? I don't think it did.
Keep left.
Come on, baby. Make it. We are 220,000 pounds. It's the concrete. Woo. Looks like a big old pile of snow in the road back there. Oh, we're going to Sheridan. Amazon Prime trucker. Drivers down. Well, I'm definitely. Oh, I can bypass. Let's go. foot's all the way on the brake. Okay. I need to increase my stopping distance. That guy's a tanker. I do not want to crash into him.
Because I get too into I can wait till I get home tomorrow.
Yeah, Larry, gotta wait. She's in the truck with you.
Lucky ass. It's not hard for mine to go with me when we got 5 kids at home. Yeah, she done took care of that, though. I can't practice. You know, I can practice now. You know, she just can't have the other part of it. Now I can't have no more. And I think 5 kids is enough. Hell of a Christmas present. I'll catch y'all in a bit. I gotta get fuel. Yeah, it's too damn cold to stand out there while the truck's fueling. Yeah, and I might just go up.
Might have to rest right outside Laurel.
Hell, I gotta be in Ohio.
Tonight?
I gotta be in Iowa tonight.
Oh, hell, you can make it from here.
I'm going north. If the Bears down in Texas, but play with each other.
There's a brick place I pick up every once in a while. Right off Broadway. You come back and get on here and come over 35. You gotta go west on that thing and turn around. There's no under him. Going down on Broadway.
Oh, we are gonna rest here. I don't think I'll make it. Plus they got gas. Or fuel. We'll make it up this hill.
After 100 yards, turn right. Turn right.
Come on, baby.
Keep right. After 50 yards, turn right. Turn right.
Sorry, motorcycle dude. You're crazy. Like 1-9. I'm gonna have to restart so my head tracking works. 4 hours till I got a rest. That was not good.
After 100 yards, turn left. Turn left.
Guess we'll fuel up first. Oh. That we're all good. They don't even got windshield washer here. The heck?
just give me a holler later.
Only way I'm gonna fit. One second.
Yeah. Yeah. My name is Mando, black Peterbuilt 389 glider. Chrome on the nose, Detroit diesel 60 series purring. Heavy oversized, long distance all night. Tied down right, I don't do it halfway.
We got a new paint job.
Big blow, long road,
Not all black.
turns, slow roll, cash stacks, up every mile I go. Mando, roll that chrome. Mando, bring it home. Oversized shine money in the bag. Mando, I don't brag, I just drag. State lines blurred when the trailer's tall. Pilot cars out front and I answer the call. Fuel stop, smile, then I'm back on the rail. Black brick gleam, never wants to fail. Big low, long road, wide turns, slow roll, air stacks, up every mile I go. Mando, roll that chrome. Mando, bring it home. Oversized shine money in the bag. Mando, I don't brag, I just drag. From dusk to dawn, I keep it clean. Heavy work in a heavy machine. Call my name when the load is mean. Man, Duke in black like a road-bound cat. Put a cop, man, do, roll that chrome. Man, do, bring it home. Oversized shine money in the bag. Man, do, I don't brag, I just drag.
My VT log didn't connect for some reason. VT log. Now we're ready. Red hot. There I am. I like to use head tracking when I'm parking.
yards, turn right. Turn right. After 100 yards, turn right. Turn right.
Come on. 259K. Holy. Oh, we're going to Newport, Oregon. Yeah, I am gonna take that motorcycle mod out while we're in the snow. No sense of them cruising around.
money for charity, including one chosen by Glenn Burke's sister, Lutha.
I'm very proud. Anytime I see somebody do a high five, it just really makes me happy.
And that seemed like a good end to the story.
But, no, because then John told us that
You really honestly want to get to the bottom of who invented the high five? I mean, we didn't think we wanted to, but now that we're in it, what the hell? Well, you've got to go beyond Glenn Burke's story.
I wanted you to believe that he was the hero at this point, right? So maybe I should tell you a little bit about Derek Smith, right?
even though Glenn Burke died believing that the high five was his legacy, at more or less the same moment that he invented it, a guy named Derek Smith, a basketball player from Louisville, Kentucky, was at practice.
And a guy named Wiley Brown went up to Derek Smith and was going to give him just an ordinary low five. And Derek Smith looked him in the eye. This is what Wiley Brown told me. Derek Smith looked him in the eye and said, "No, up high." That year's Louisville team, they were known as the Doctors of Dump. You know, they're a high-flying team. They played above the rim.
And John says when Louisville played in the 1980 NCAA Finals,
I haven't seen it, but apparently the broadcaster referred actually to the high five handshake.
The high five, handshake, high five.
He felt compelled to explain it to America.
wow, and did at the moment that Derek Smith did it, did an asteroid fall on his head or something?
Well, in 1996, I believe, in the 90s, he had an undiagnosed heart condition, and he just died all of a sudden on a cruise ship. Yes, and he said explicitly to Wiley Brown, "This is something I'm going to be remembered for. You know, our kids and our grandkids are going to talk about this, and in fact, their kids and grandkids do talk about it."
They're probably very proud.
There's Kathy.
Then we ran into this woman.
You'll not fire away.
This is Kathy Gregory. She coached women's volleyball in the 1960s, years before Glenn Burke and Derek Smith. And she says with her girls, everyone did it all the time. So I didn't believe that it was volleyball that first started. And interestingly, she says they would high five more when a player screwed up.
Yes, no, it isn't just about celebration.
Because really, when do you need a high five?
Of course, it's more when you're down.
Yeah, it makes people so happy.
So women's volleyball, there you go.
Non, ce n'est pas le fini. Because then our producer Lynn Levy also discovered that in the movie Breathless in 1955, at exactly 1 hour 18 minutes into the film, you will see two Frenchmen do a very distinct haute cinq. Right there.
Isn't this all like an indication to you that it's maybe it's one of those things that probably was there at the dawn of man?
Because it like gives pleasure.
Yeah, it's just like a
Like from an evolutionary point of view.
No, I don't think so. I think this has the feeling of something that was born. I mean, who in this room wants Glenn Burke?
it's the better story.
So look what's happening here. Every time original of any beginning of disease, each gesture, we find more than. So what do you think?
I think you know what you do is you just choose. You say which one's the better story. Let's just go with the best high five. Forget the first one, the best.
Let's just call it Glenn.
Glenn Burke invented the high five. Done. There, high five.
Hi, Radiolab. This is Beatrice Hahn. Radiolab is produced by Chad Democrat.
This is Kwame. Our staff includes Ellen Horn, Thorin Wheeler, Pat Walters, Tim Howard, Brett Merrill, Leslie Levy, and Sean Cole. Help from Jonathan Mitchell, Rachel James, and Matt Hilton. Special thanks to Mike Feller, Chris Condian, Billy Smith, Vince Stolman,
Barbara Felton and Katie Silver.
It's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Okay, you all. Bye-bye.
The upcoming 4th of July weekend is expected to set travel records. U.S. airlines are carrying more passengers than ever. It's all testing the limits of the aviation system.
It's clear that the biggest threat to healthy and competitive airline industry is our short-staffed and woefully antiquated air traffic control system.
I'm Scott Detrow. Hear that story on the next All Things Considered from NPR News.
This afternoon at 4 on Public Radio 89.5.
Support for Public Radio Tulsa is provided by Nine Funeral and Cremation, providing sensible, respectful cremation and memorial service options for over 85 years. Nine Funeral and Cremation, 918-742-5556 or NINDE.com.
A listener-supported service of the University of Tulsa. Public Radio 89.5.
Funding for Here and Now comes from MathWorks, maker of MATLAB and Simulant for engineered systems. MathWorks, accelerating the pace of discovery in engineering and science.
From NPR and WBUR Boston, I'm Scott Tong.
I'm Indira Lakshmanan. It's Here and Now. Coming up, in a big defeat for President Trump, the Supreme Court upholds birthright citizenship, affirming that people born in the U.S. are American citizens. The court also ruled that transgender athletes can be excluded from women's sports.
Also, historian Douglas Brinkley picks key days in the nation's 250 years. One is the day Abraham Lincoln won the presidency.
Abraham Lincoln is the quintessential figure in American history. Not Washington and Jefferson, it is Lincoln.
And a new online trivia game invites liberals and conservatives to play together as a way to narrow political divides. That's coming up Here and Now.
After this news.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Lakshmi Singh. The U.S. Supreme Court has struck down President Trump's order to end birthright citizenship. The High Court affirms that virtually all children born in the U.S. to parents unlawfully or temporarily in the country are subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and therefore are citizens at birth under the 14th Amendment. More from NPR's Carrie Johnson.
Not a complete surprise given the way the oral argument went in this case. Remember, Chief Justice John Roberts actually said to the Solicitor General John Sauer, it may be a different world with respect to people being able to travel to the United States way more easily than they did in the 1890s, but it's the same Constitution, the same 14th Amendment.
NPR's Carrie Johnson reporting. On his social media platform, Truth Social, President Trump suggests congressional Republicans could still pass a bill that supports the ban. However, the Supreme Court also handed Trump and the GOP some legal victories today. In one, a majority of justices struck down spending limits on political parties and candidates. Another dealt a big setback to transgender individuals. NPR's Tamara Keith has that story.
The Supreme Court ruled that states may ban transgender athletes from participating in girls' and women's sports at publicly funded schools. In a social media post, President Trump wrote, quote, "Big win. The United States Supreme Court just ruled against men playing in women's sports. Wow. That takes that ridiculous situation off the table." Trump made banning transgender girls and women from competitive sports a key part of his campaign in 2024 and has often used the issue as a wedge to argue Democrats have overreached. In recent years, 27 states have enacted similar bans. Tamara Keith, NPR News, the White House.
New Jersey Congressman Thomas Kean Jr. is back at work after a more than 3-month absence. In a speech on the House floor today, the Republican disclosed that he had been hospitalized with depression. Venezuela's opposition leader in exile says she will return to the country. NPR's Ada Peralta reports it comes as Venezuela recovers from 2 powerful earthquakes.
In a video posted on social media, the Nobel laureate Maria Corina Machado said she was in Panama awaiting a flight to Venezuela. Machado accused the government of closing off the airspace to stop her from flying, but commercial flights have continued to several Venezuelan airports. Machado said she wanted to be in Venezuela to help coordinate relief efforts.
Estaré en Venezuela para llorar juntos nuestras pérdidas.
I will be in Venezuela to cry over our loss, to pray together, to hug each other. Venezuelan authorities say more than 1,700 people are now confirmed dead from the earthquake. Thousands are still reported missing. Ada Peralta, NPR News, Caracas.
It's NPR. A judge in Michigan has ordered the prediction market site Kalshi stop most of its activity in that state. NPR's Bobby Allen reports dozens of U.S. states are cracking down on the prediction market industry.
Kalshi says it will block anyone in Michigan from betting on sports after the state's attorney general accused the company of violating gambling laws. The Michigan judge ordering the ban makes it the second state where Kalshi has been pushed out, following a similar restriction in Nevada. Both cases centered on sports betting on Kalshi, which represents more than 80% of the app's betting. Unlike sports books, though, Kalshi allows wagering on sports without the approval of state regulators or having to pay state taxes. President Trump has vowed to protect the prediction market industry, where traders can bet on everything from the color of Trump's tie to foreign policy decisions. This month alone saw nearly $30 billion traded on Kalshi. Bobby Allen, NPR News.
Some major repairs are happening this hour outside the International Space Station orbiting Earth at an altitude of approximately 250 miles.
Yeah, if you stay complete for now, we're going to do a reach eval, and we'll see what we can do.
Copy. Then assessing your reach.
NASA video of astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir in a spacewalk that started this morning and was expected to take about 6.5 hours. They're replacing a malfunctioning wrist joint on a Canadian robotic arm that's key to ISS operations like intercepting unpiloted cargo vehicles. This is NPR News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Fisher Investments. Fisher's dedicated team of specialists provide resources on investing, retirement income, estate planning, and more. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Support for Public Radio Tulsa is provided by the founders of the Shining Honor Project, funding the cleaning and honoring of veterans' headstones by adults with developmental challenges through partnerships with A New Leaf, Gatesway, and other caregiving agencies. More at shininghonor.org.
Now in HD from the University of Tulsa, Public Radio 89.5, KWGS, HD1, Tulsa.
From NPR and WBUR, I'm Indira Lakshmanan in Boston.
And I'm Scott Tong in Washington, D.C. This is Here and Now. Big rulings today, Indira, from the Supreme Court. The justices upheld birthright citizenship. A big loss for President Trump, who challenged that on his first day in office last year.
And in a separate decision, the court ruled that states can bar transgender girls from girls' and women's sports teams at publicly funded schools. Let's bring in Michelle Goodwin, who teaches constitutional law at Georgetown Law School. Welcome, Professor Goodwin.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be with you.
So Chief Justice John Roberts authored the birthright citizenship decision for the majority. It was a 6-3 split. What did Roberts say?
Roberts said that birthright citizenship is founded in our nation's history as a rejection of the Dred Scott decision that individuals who are born in this country are entitled to and protected by U.S. citizenship through our Constitution. And they rejected what was the Trump administration's argument, which is that to read birthright citizenship in a limited way. What the Trump administration sought was that individuals who are born of mothers that are temporarily in this country or that do not have citizenship status or lawful status cannot be entitled to birthright citizenship. And the Supreme Court rejected that.
Well, the NAACP cheered this decision. They said birthright citizenship is rooted in granting citizenship to formerly enslaved people. But 3 of the justices dissented from this. What was their argument?
Well, that is noted. It was a powerful argument that was made by Justice Thomas, which then was essentially debunked by Justice Jackson. And I'll just briefly state here what she said is that she joins the court's opinion in full, but that she wrote separately to respond to some of the themes in the dissent. And she noted that despite Justice Thomas's longstanding endorsement of a colorblind constitution, she said that he surprisingly now suggests that the citizenship clause was a race-conscious remedial measure that specifically related to individuals who were freed from slavery. So what Justice Thomas was doing is essentially leaning into the Trump administration arguments, and basically she attempted to make hash of that in her concurrence.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
quite strongly worded.
House Speaker Mike Johnson called this decision very disappointing. Constitutional
amendments, it's not just simply enough to have the votes in Congress. That's something that has to be then ratified by 3/4 of the states in the United States, and it is absolutely doubtful that they would be successful in that regard across the country. Now, granted, there are states wherein their conservative legislatures and conservative governors, and so the hope would be that those states could try to ratify. But I think that this is a kind of dead on arrival matter here, and I think this sets it up for good and only reaffirms what the Supreme Court has already said more than a century ago, which is that individuals who are born in this country are entitled to birthright citizenship.
All right, let's move on to the athletes. The court upheld laws in West Virginia and Idaho that restricted transgender women from girls and women's sports. Part of that ruling is unanimous, and other parts it's split. Explain to us what the justices said.
Well, what the justices ruled, they ruled in favor of both West Virginia and Idaho in this ruling against trans athletes who sued to
of the executive branch.
Today?
Hey, what's up? It's a little better on the West Coast, I must say, with those Pacific time broadcast times, but a little bit.
Yeah, okay, last night's Stunners, Paraguay is ranked, I think, 40-something in the world, upset perennial favorite Germany, prompting the Paraguayan president, of course, to declare today a national holiday. Paraguay, Becky, their defense was unbelievable yesterday.
Yeah, it was absolutely phenomenal. They were playing what in soccer you might call a low block, where sort of teams with less talent on paper can play this very super compact defense packed toward the goal and, hope that on the counterattack there's a fast break and they can turn that into a goal or two and that'll be enough to win. And Paraguay pulled it off perfectly. It was really hard. Germany is a good team, and they just could not crack that open. They did score once, and in fact seemed to do so again, but that goal was waved off. And yeah, it went to penalties, and Paraguay's goalkeeper was absolutely the hero in this one. Absolutely a massive win for Paraguay. And for Germany, they haven't won a knockout game since they won that whole World Cup back in 2014, so just another huge disappointment for their fans.
Yeah, okay, on to the Netherlands and Morocco. I mean, these were two titans going into the match. Morocco tied it 1-1 at the very end, scoring in stoppage time, taking it to penalties. Now, a lot of commentators said Morocco took more risks, deserved to win. Now they take on Canada next. So what are you watching for?
Yeah, I think Morocco showed you in this game just how quality they are. That was an exceptional game. Both of those teams, Morocco and the Netherlands, had the capability of reaching, I think, the semifinals, maybe even more than that. And so to see them meet in the round of 32 was wild, and just kind of like this arbitrary artifact of this World Cup draw and the way they set up this 32-team knockout round. And it was an absolute battle. There was, Sky, you must have noticed there were like torn jerseys. There was blood on a bloody jersey that had to get changed right at the end. Just a gripping game.
Right, this Dutch player had blood all over his hair, everywhere.
Absolutely, yeah. But I agree with the assessment that Morocco took more risks, especially in that sort of extra time period at the end there, and felt they deserved it. So they'll be the favorites over Canada, I think. But the Canadian team isn't afraid of a fight either. And so I think either way, it should be an entertaining game.
Well, host country, right? Which includes Team USA. So Team USA played Bosnia and Herzegovina tomorrow night. What are the players and coaches saying and doing on the eve of the match here?
Yeah, well, yesterday they arrived in San Jose, as did I. So, we're at PayPal Park, which is where the local MLS team plays. Normally, they're going to do some training today. They'll talk to the media. And then the game is tomorrow. They've consistently said that they're taking this match super seriously. Obviously, Bosnia and Herzegovina, that's not a powerhouse of soccer. In fact, it's only been a country since the 90s. But so on paper, the U.S. is more talented. They're big favorites. But actually, Scott, the U.S. men's national team hasn't beaten any team from Europe since 2021, excuse me. And so it's no sure thing. This is a region that they've struggled against, a style of soccer they've struggled against. And so they are very focused. They're saying they're not looking further ahead than this one.
Real quick, any update on Christian Pulisic himself?
He is good to go. So he played in the final, 30 minutes or so of their third group stage match against Turkey. He looks terrific, and so he is going to be back and ready for action in this one. That's the expectation.
That's Becky Sullivan, NPR sports correspondent. Lucky you live from San Jose, California, where Team USA is getting ready for its next match. Becky, thanks.
Of course, you're welcome.
You're listening to Here and Now.
Live from NPR News in Boston, I'm Steve Brown. U.S. Supreme Court has upheld a broad conception of birthright citizenship. Trump's executive order declaring that children born to people in the United States illegally or temporarily are not American citizens. The justices, in their decision in a New Hampshire case today, rely on understanding the 14th Amendment adopted after the Civil War. More recent federal laws ruling anyone born in the country as a citizen with only limited exceptions. Aid groups are warning that Venezuela's healthcare system is at its breaking point nearly a week after two powerful earthquakes hit the South American country. Damaged hospitals are overwhelmed and conditions in the disaster zone are worsening. The official death toll has surpassed 1,700, with more bodies being found. The humanitarian crisis is unfolding, with thousands displaced and living in unsanitary conditions. The U.S. job opening stayed at a surprisingly strong 7.6 million in May, as the American labor market remains resilient in the face of the economic shock from the Iran war. Forecasters expected employers to post just 7 million openings in May. Layoffs rose, and the number of people quitting their jobs, a sign of confidence in their prospects, ticked up only slightly. You're listening to Here and Now.
The University of Tulsa School of Music is offering their all-state choral and vocal camp Monday through Friday, July 27th through the 31st. The state camp is for high school age students and will focus on all-state high school choir audition preparation and their choral rehearsals and sectionals. They will also participate with TU faculty and guest artists in private lessons and master classes. There'll be a free closing concert on the 31st. Information at utulsa.edu/music.
Support for Public Radio Tulsa is provided by the Tulsa Garden Center. From pickling and photography to gardening classes and sunset slowdown evenings, the calendar is always full. Tulsa Garden Center at Woodward Park. More at tulsagardncenter.org/adult-programs.
From the University of Tulsa, this is Public Radio 89.5, KWGS HD1 Tulsa, made possible by your financial support.
Funding for Here and Now comes from the listeners of WBUR Boston and from MathWorks, creator of MATLAB and Simulink, to design and develop engineered systems, accelerating the pace of discovery in engineering and science. Learn more at mathworks.com. And the Museum of Science, offering a summer of discovery. From live science demonstrations to hands-on exhibits, there's something new to explore for the whole family. Information for planning a visit is at mos.org.
It's here and now. Human-caused climate change is causing heat waves and droughts, and in western states, one of the driest winters on record has turned vegetation into kindling, fueling wildfires. As of yesterday, firefighters were battling more than 50 uncontained blazes across 10 states, with more than 500,000 acres burned. 3 firefighters died over the weekend while fighting a fast-moving fire on the Colorado-Utah border. For more on this, we're joined by Colorado Public Radio's Sam Brash. Sam, thanks for joining us.
Glad to be here.
So tell us, what are the most concerning fires that authorities are trying to get under control right now?
So the state currently has an emergency declaration covering 5 fires all across western and southern Colorado. The ones we're really keeping an eye on include the Willow Fire near Leadville. It's a fire burning right at the doorstep of a historic mining community. The Snyder Fire west of Fruta, which is the fire that tragically killed those 3 firefighters you mentioned earlier. And the Aspen Acres Fire west of Pueblo. This is a fire that is in southern Colorado and really took off yesterday amid wind gusts up to 100 miles an hour, and it exploded to 28,000 acres on Monday. We have a small town there that's been completely evacuated as a result.
Well, let me ask about that. Are residents' lives at risk, and how many people have been evacuated across Colorado?
I don't think we have a number on the total population that's been evacuated at this point. It's a pretty fluid situation and there's lots of fires, but absolutely people's lives are at risk. There are mandatory evacuation orders out there, and we hope people take those seriously.
Briefly tell us about the firefighters who died this weekend trying to contain that blaze in Colorado.
Yeah, this tragedy occurred over the weekend. As you said, they were battling the fast-moving Snyder Fire on the Utah-Colorado border. And they got caught in what's called burn over, so that's where fire conditions change really quickly. That closes off any escape route
risk of sparking additional fires from embers?
Absolutely. I mean, fireworks are just a terrible idea during wildfire season. The most fires start on July 4th, which points directly to fireworks. They've really asked people not to do fireworks this year. And that's why many communities have opted against their fireworks shows in favor of other things like drone shows and things like that.
Wow. And we've seen that famous resorts from Vail to Steamboat to Durango have canceled those fireworks. All right, it's been 5 years since the most destructive wildfire in Colorado's history, the Marshall Fire, which burned around 1,000 buildings across Boulder County. What has changed in your state since then in terms of preparedness?
The Marshall Fire was remarkable in all kinds of ways. It burned really quickly from grasslands into a community that went house to house, which is why many people refer to it as a firestorm rather than a wildfire. What we're seeing right now are more traditional forest fires, but I think the Marshall Fire really woke people up to the possibility that fires can really happen anywhere. It's a concern not just for people who are living in the forest, but for people down below who might have thought they were in a safe place just a few years ago before the Marshall Fire.
Sam Brash covers climate and environment for Colorado Public Radio News. Sam, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're listening to Here and Now.
The upcoming 4th of July weekend is expected to set travel records. U.S. airlines are carrying more passengers than ever. It's all testing the limits of the aviation system.
It's clear that the biggest threat to the healthy and competitive airline industry is our short-staffed and woefully antiquated air traffic control system.
I'm Scott Detrow. Hear that story on the next All Things Considered from NPR News.
This afternoon at 4 on Public Radio 89.5. Tulsa's Summertime Starlight Concert Series continues its current season with an evening of big band swing Tuesday night, June 30th, 8 p.m. at Guthrie Green. The Starlight Jazz Orchestra will present a concert titled Cuttin' a Rug. It will feature music from the likes of Count Basie, Duke Ellington, Harry James, Woody Herman, and Tito Puente. This free concert again happening Tuesday night, June 30th, 8 p.m. Guthrie Green. More information at starlightconcerts.org.
Support for Public Radio Tulsa is provided by 9 Funeral and
Service of the University of Tulsa, Public Radio 89.5, KWGS HD1, Tulsa.
Funding for Here and Now comes from listeners and institutional and individual investors achieve their financial objectives, combining in-house research and risk management to create tailored investment strategies for every client. More at LunaSales.com and City Space Productions, WPUR's creative studio for custom podcasts that tell a brand's story to ignite engagement, reach new audiences, or enhance customer connections. WPUR.org/creative studio.
From NPR and WBUR, it's Scott Tong in Washington, D.C.
And I'm Indira Lakshmanan in Boston. It's Here and Now. Anyone who's joined a pub trivia night knows it's a fun way to meet people and maybe even remember something you learned in middle school science class. I recently tried something different, an online trivia game called Tango that pairs you up virtually with a stranger and challenges you to work together to test gaps in your knowledge of politics and world affairs. Here's one trivia question that surprised us both. In the early years of Zionism, the majority of people in Jerusalem were Muslims. Okay, so we're voting for that. Oh, incorrect! We were both wrong. Research shows that the simple act of collaborating with someone to answer questions encourages people with different ideologies to better empathize with individuals on the other side. Harvard psychology professor and Tango co-creator Joshua Green joins us now. Welcome, Josh.
Hi.
All right, so tell us, why did you and your collaborators choose trivia as a way to connect people who otherwise might not have any reason to collaborate?
Well, when I looked at the research coming from the social sciences and the life sciences on intergroup conflict in politics, the thing that seems to
to really have the greatest power is mutually beneficial cooperation, what you might call teamwork. That is like the tightest glue that you can get outside of the family. In trying to address these problems, we wanted to harness that power of teamwork, and we wanted to do it in a way that was scalable. And then finally, and this is the piece that I think is missing from a lot of what's out there, is we needed something fun, something that people would want to do, and something that people would want to come back and do again and tell their friends about. So for me and my group, that pointed to a interpolitical quiz game.
Well, in the game that I just played, you know, one of the questions that was asked I knew about, and it was that immigrants to this country are actually less likely to commit crimes than those of us born in the United States. My partner didn't know that and wasn't sure and didn't believe me, but I convinced them that that was correct. Whereas there was a question about which
nationwide ban. This ruling does not mean states have to ban trans girls from girls' sports. What it does do is give more ammunition to the 27 states that have already passed laws banning trans girls from girls' sports. The way the ACLU put it today is that all the states that want to enact bans like this have already done so. We're not expecting new bans for that reason to bring our law. But if a trans student is living in a state that has a ban like this, they have a smaller chance of being able to fight that ban if they have any chance.
These cases were going to resonate. So one of them is Lindsay Heacox, a transgender woman. What did Heacox argue in her brief?
Right, so Heacox, she's
experiences at TulsaGardenCenter.org.
Public Radio 89.5, KWGS HD1 Tulsa.
Funding for Here and Now comes from Macworks, maker of maps and simulators for engineered systems. Macworks, accelerating the pace of discovery in engineering and science.
From NPR and WBUR Boston, I'm Indira Lakshmana.
And I'm Scott Tong. This is Here and Now. Coming up, big rulings from the Supreme Court today, affirming that people born in the U.S. are citizens, and striking down key campaign finance spending caps. We'll have the latest.
Also, the U.S. and Iran are in Qatar today, but both sides say they're not meeting directly amid Iran's anger over a U.S. brokered deal between Israel and Lebanon.
And black people serving in the military under President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have seen honors removed, promotions denied.
Which not only does a disservice to those individuals who've worked their entire careers to get into these positions, but also does a disservice to the military, who needs people like this in order to be the best version of itself.
Coming up Here and Now.
First, the news.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. The U.S. Supreme Court terms ended with a final set of rulings that delivered wins and losses for the Trump administration. One of the most closely watched was the fate of the long-standing birthright citizenship. Today, the High Court announced it upheld it by a vote of 6-3. NPR's Elena Moore reports today's decision rejects President Trump's executive order that denied automatic citizenship to virtually all children born in the U.S. to parents here illegally or temporarily.
Trump signed that executive order on his first day back in office last year and has argued that the Constitution does not ensure birthright citizenship. But that executive order quickly faced legal challenges and it was never implemented, with lower courts instead saying the move was unconstitutional. Now the Supreme Court is backing that up, saying, quote, children born in the United States to parents unlawfully or temporarily present are subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and are citizens at birth under the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause, end quote. Elena Moore, NPR News.
Voters in Colorado are deciding primary elections today that could signal which issues drive voters in November's midterm elections. One contest determines who replaces the Democratic outgoing governor, Jared Polis. Primary races are also being held for House and Senate seats as well as state offices. Colorado Public Radio's Benta Berkland has been monitoring voter sentiment heading into the midterms.
We heard dissatisfaction with Washington. Caleb Wiesner is 27. He works in construction. He voted for President Trump twice, but doesn't support the direction of the country and how expensive things are.
Seems like we have kind of a ruling class that doesn't have to follow any of the rules anymore, and we just all kind of face the brunt of it. And I just don't think that's any way we're supposed to live. That's not the values our country was created on.
Benta Berkland brought us that story. An Israeli airstrike killed a 23-year-old mother and her 1-year-old daughter in Gaza late Monday. They're among dozens of people killed in the past week as Israel increases its attacks on Gaza despite a ceasefire. Here's NPR's Anas Baba.
The mother and her baby were hit by shrapnel in their tent about half a mile away from the targeted site, just outside a panic-filled zone that had just been ordered evacuated by the Israeli military moments earlier. A missile from fighter jet targeted the vast displacement camp, triggering a massive fire that took 4 hours to extinguish as around 100 families lost their tents, their only shelter. The Israeli military did not respond to NPR's request for comment. Earlier that day, another Israeli airstrike hit a tent on the coast in an area where people sit by the beach to relax. Gaza's health ministry says 2 people was killed and 27 others were wounded. Israel's military says it targeted a Hamas militant without naming the individual. Anas Baba, NPR News, Gaza.
It's NPR. The Justice Department and more than a dozen U.S. states have agreed to settle a case with major egg producers over alleged price fixing. NPR's Scott Horsley reports egg prices soared in recent years but have since dropped sharply.
Prosecutors have accused the egg companies of artificially bidding up the price of eggs on a national index at a time when egg supplies were hard hit by an outbreak of avian flu. The companies did not admit to any wrongdoing, but agreed to pay more than $3 million to settle the complaint. They're also donating more than 50 million eggs to food banks and other nonprofits nationwide. Egg prices peaked more than a year ago after avian flu wiped out tens of millions of laying hens. Since then, egg farmers have invested heavily in measures to keep their birds safe, and the laying flock has rebounded. Retail egg prices in May were down 35% from a year ago. Scott Worsley, NPR News, Washington.
Pope Leo XIV is imploring breakaway traditionalist Roman Catholic society to abandon its plans for consecrating 4 new bishops without papal consent. The Church's first American pontiff sent a letter dated yesterday to the head of the priestly fraternity of St. Pius X to warn of the spiritual harm the group risks. Under church law, the bishops directly involved in the consecrations could be excommunicated. The dispute heightens fears of a deeper rift in a church that represents more than 1 billion Catholic members worldwide. I'm Lakshmi Singh, NPR News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Progressive Insurance with Snapshot, a personalized program that bases rates on safe driving habits, at progressive.com. Not available in California or from all agents. This is NPR.
Support for Public Radio Tulsa is provided by Topeka Coffee Roasters, a farm-direct coffee company committed to a sustainable and ethical coffee future. From their farms in El Salvador to their cafes in Tulsa. More about their mission and roasted-to-order coffee at topekacoffee.com.
Made possible by your financial support. Public Radio 89.5, KWGS HD1 Tulsa.
From NPR and WBUR, I'm Indira Lakshmanan in Boston.
And I'm Scott Tong in Washington, D.C. This is Here and Now. We are following the Supreme Court's blockbuster ruling upholding the constitutional right of birthright citizenship. Writing for the majority, the Chief Justice John Roberts wrote, "The framers of the 14th Amendment extended that promise to every freeborn person in this land. We keep that promise today," end quote. Justice Samuel Alito dissented, saying the court had made what he called a serious mistake. The justices also ruled on transgender athletes and campaign finance. Let's sort it out now with Noah Feldman, law professor at Harvard and columnist for Bloomberg. He calls this a 5-4 decision rather than 6-3, as Justice Kavanaugh agreed with the ruling but dissented on some of the details. Professor, welcome back.
Thanks for having me.
So what struck you about the birthright citizenship ruling today, the reasoning of the majority?
The good news is that the majority got it right, but the really bad news is that this was not a 9-0 decision, which it should have been. It was a 5-4 decision. The Chief Justice wrote the opinion. He was joined by the court's 3 liberals and also by Justice Amy Coney Barrett. That means that 4 justices of the Supreme Court were prepared to go against the explicit language of the 14th Amendment, which just says on its surface that if you're born in the United States and you're subject to our jurisdiction, which means you live
infrastructure help, medical help to its community. So unless you have a full inclusive process that addresses what Hezbollah offers on the ground, that talks to Hezbollah, it's hard to see a permanent peace between Israel and Lebanon. What this does, though, is at least for the time being, everybody gets what they want, buys some time until we see what happens between U.S. and Iran and their forthcoming talks in the 2 months.
Really quickly, Joyce, what does this Israel-Lebanon deal mean for the prospects of the U.S.-Iran deal? We have less than 30 seconds left.
The Iranians are not happy to see Lebanon pursue its own track. At the same time, they cannot do much because this is a different government in Lebanon. So they'll have to just weigh in and try to gain some leverage in shaping the situation on the ground in favor of Hezbollah in the upcoming talks that we are waiting for.
Joyce Karam is editor-in-chief of Al Monitor, a Washington-based independent news site that covers the Middle East. Joyce, thanks so much.
Thank you.
This is Here and Now.
What is the meaning of the Supreme Court's final decisions of its term? They ruled the Constitution guarantees birthright citizenship. The court also ruled on transgender athletes and campaign finance. We'll analyze those decisions on the next morning edition from NPR News. Tomorrow morning from 5 to 9.
My
left.
kids is that, I'm somebody who's done things in my life that I have pride in. And I'm someone who's done things in my life that I'm not proud of. Because I'm human and I make mistakes. And what you do is you try not to ignore your mistakes or pretend as if you never made a mistake. You try to acknowledge those mistakes and use them to learn how to become a better version of yourself. You never know the full story, all of the humanity, all of the contradictions, all of the complexities of this country. At the same time, alongside one another, when you do that, it gives you a clear sense of why our country looks the way that it does today, and more fully equips you to make this country the version of itself that it set out to be when the Constitution was signed.
This is Clint Smith, poet, author, and staff writer at The Atlantic. Clint, so good to have you once again. Thanks so much.
Always a pleasure.
This is Here and Now.
Live from NPR News in Boston, I'm Steve Brown. U.S. Supreme Court is upholding state laws barring transgender girls and women from playing on school athletic teams. Ruled today that state bans in Idaho and West Virginia do not violate the Constitution or the federal law known as Title IX, which prohibits sex discrimination in education. 27 states have enacted bans on transgender athletes from competing in girls' and women's sports. In the past year, the court's conservative majority sided with states seeking to restrict gender-affirming medical treatments for minors and to allow conversion therapy for LGBTQ kids and teens. The High Court today also erased limits on how much political parties can spend in coordination with candidates for Congress and president, striking down a federal election law that's more than 50 years old. The ruling upends congressionally enacted limits on raising and spending money to influence elections. The court's 2010 Citizens United decision opened the door to unlimited independent spending in federal elections. Americans' attitudes toward the economy improved slightly this month as gasoline prices declined, but their outlook is still mostly negative by historical standards. The conference report said today that its consumer confidence index rose in June.
Keep right. After 50 yards, exit right ahead. Exit right ahead.
The 4th of July weekend is expected to set travel records. U.S. airlines are carrying more passengers than ever. It's all testing the limits of aviation.
It's clearly the biggest threat to healthy and competitive airline industry. It's our short-staffed and woefully antiquated air traffic control system.
I'm Scott Detrow. Hear that story on the next All Things Considered from NPR News.
Holy. Public Radio 89.5.
Support for Public Radio Tulsa is provided by 9 Funeral and Cremation, providing sensible, respectful cremation and memorial service options for over 85 years. 9 Funeral and Cremation, 918-742-5556 or NINDE.com.
National Public Radio from the University of Tulsa. Public Radio 89.5.
It's Here and Now. In Venezuela,
straight. left. After 100 yards, turn right. Turn right.
Woohoo! I fully slipped down. I hit the wrong button with my motion tracking. Man, this head tracking's messing me up. Leaving it off. All the way at the end.
After 100 yards, turn right. Turn right.
Oh, great. Oh, great. Oh, great.
reached your destination.
Well, hello out there, Rocksteady. Good Lord, man, I've thought about you many times in the last year. Shoot, man, I hadn't heard you in my radio in forever and a day. Rocksteady is string being down around San Diego, man. I was trying to call my buddy Hard Drive out there in Amarillo, Texas at Fine Tune CB, but I got Rocksteady in my radio now. Hey, Rocksteady.
record.
Yeah.
some of these plastic trucks and teach people how to adjust headlights. Come on. You're trying to stay dishing out some of that homemade banana pudding. More than shake him. somebody trying to get somebody in trouble. I'm talking about the one wanting to send it to the company to send him a message. Yeah, you missed me there, buddy. Come on back.
Go straight. Go straight. Keep left. Keep right.
have reached your destination.
Go straight.
My name is Mandu, got my name on the door. Black Peterbilt 389, growling down the floor. Detroit 60 series, chrome burning clean. Rolling heavy loads like a money machine. Stacking up miles, stacking up cash. Thumb on the wheel, watch the whole world flash. I don't slow down, I don't lose sleep. Big money coming in and coming deep. Man, rolling, man, don't go there. Black truck, going, make big going. Big money, trucking, none of what he trucking. Don't know what to do when it keep on coming. Fuel in the tank and pride in my chest. Every stop I make, I did it best. Chrome on the mirror, chrome on the smile. Paid for the whole run, 1 hard mile at a time. Stacking up miles, stacking up cash. Thumb on the wheel, watch the whole world flash. I don't slow down, I don't lose sleep. Big money coming in and coming deep. Man, dude, rolling, man, rolling. Black truck, blowing, man, keep going. Big money, trucking, big money trucking. Don't know what to do when it keep on coming. Man, pull up at dawn with the weight all gone. Hit it engine talk while the day still